Today is not a game day. Unexpectedly. Quick question that I'm going to ask. About 2 cents. That's not the question I'm asking. It's down. Very well. should just make an example. I shouldn't be staring at this. Oh, it's supposed to work. Actually, I guess the question is, why do we need this count? It's because of high, yeah. Okay, but could I do this with, instead of this list, could I do this with subtracting high from low? So if I do ceiling divide minus 6532, 11. 3, okay. Yeah, looks like we can do that, generally speaking. We can see if this still passes. It might not. There might be something we edited that doesn't work. Actually, where did that parent go up to? Okay. Let's see. This is number 2843. It wouldn't be 0 though. Yeah, I'm just not keeping all of this in my head. Like, I don't really understand what these numbers are telling me. I just know that I can adjust some things to change the output. Like, you need to have some kind of grasp of what these numbers mean to get the tips and the tricks. Like the unexpected optimizations. Now here I need to know just to get this to stop spitting errors back at me. But, well, wait, so this... No, yeah, that's right. Let's see. Is that correct? I think so. Okay. This miserable pile of edge cases. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this. I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Okay. This is miserable. Uh. Yeah, we're trying to avoid using this count operation. Hold on. Yeah, I want to say that doesn't count. I want to say that's garbage. Yeah, well, it says inclusive. It's not an interval. It's not an interval if it contains one number. Mm, That's just a misstatement. Integer divide low 11. We're gonna crawl across the finish line here. The edge cases don't stop. Yeah, I just can't think of a good way of doing this. why can't I do... Because if I do... Yeah. Well, no, the reason I can't do that is because of this. That worked. But that doesn't work. Yeah. This is admitting defeat. Right, why do I need this force cycle function at all? If I isolate the tens in ones place, we can get rid of force cycle entirely and replace it with this count operation. We could replace it with the cheaper operation if we could figure it out. If one of those 32 attempts to replace this had been successful, then we could use that instead. No, it wouldn't work like that because we specifically have to balance the first two digits against the second two digits. So we would be performing the same function that we were just talking about, or we'd be calling that function. Hmm. Technically, we don't need this let definition. Technically, we don't need these let definitions either. Hmm. Much of the time, you don't need let definitions. Interesting. So, yeah, we could do this. What we'd have to do is map a sum. So we map the thousands and hundreds. We map adding the thousands and the hundreds place on low. No, that still doesn't work. Yeah, never mind. Hmm. Yeah, so we run limited sum instead of, because dropping elements off the end costs, has a cost, as opposed to dropping elements off the front. Well, I mean, you have to shear elements off the front, but you have to remake the list if you shear them off the end. Uh, this is what tilt looks like. It's just absolute raging tilt. Um, hmm. So there's the idea that developer time should not be spent looking at these sort of side streams, because the amount of time, the amount of computation saved by repairing them or by tuning them is low. Though, if I want to develop the habit of knowing how to tune Well, I mean, part of that would be correct identification of performance bottlenecks, I suppose. What performance bottleneck is making me have 2 milliseconds here? Wouldn't know. Actually, this. The summing here is going to happen on a cycle. Whether we can capture that cycle more cheaply than performing arithmetic is not obvious. Yeah, like hand wringing out this bit where this is the tens place, so that's only going to change, like we're running unnecessary string refs, and well, this entire thing is unnecessary stretches of 10 at a time. We only have to update every 10. But yeah, we would need a recursive procedure instead of fold L to do that. Yeah, we'll just submit this. Alright. Two milliseconds, 101.94 megabytes. Post. Whoops. That's those whoopses one at a time. This is impossible to understand without a lecture that goes on for about 2 hours. Alright, was it 2? Yeah. Alright, now what? We could critique this. compose one. Applying the last proc first and the first proc last. The compose function allows the given functions to consume or produce any number of values, while compose one restricts the internal value passing to a single value. We might need to learn how to use compose. So this doesn't do any of the horrible cond tree. This doesn't have the horrible cond tree that gets rid of all of the edge cases. So we're running length. Something I'm not getting is string count. Can I do string count on a list? String count, even list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Well, okay. Apparently you can do string count instead of count even though you have a list. I wonder if that incurs some overhead. Well, we don't have to guess, I guess. Let's find out. I don't know what the benefit would be. So we're going to have time, string count, even a, that might not be costly enough, random seed 5. Then count 15 and 8. Yeah, let's bump that up to 10 million. Oh boy, 10 million. Well. Alright, so this was string count, and this is just count. Oh, wow. Okay. Yes, that incurs a huge overhead. It's like, this is more than twice as slow. Oh no. Alright, so I will adjust this and claim my electricity bounty. So no, the idea of replacing count in all cases with well, so I assumed stream count would. Well, what else would you? What else could you count? Maybe you could do like a sequence count or something. I'm not sure, but it's like this saves you. If you always use stream count, you don't have to care whether you're counting a stream or a list. Can't say that about count. Yeah, so you're taking the length of all of these lists, whereas if you... let me see here. Yeah, number to list num. I don't know. Num is yeah. We have low, high. This is operate. There we go. Inclusive range, low, high. So this doesn't exclude any of the. Yeah, you get rid of. If you're doing 1 to 9,999, you immediately eliminate. I don't know, 999 instances, or 900 instances of length, and also number to list by handling those cases with cond. I don't know. It just seems like, well, yeah, I'm prone to criticism because I want to make myself feel better about my own work, I guess. But this is the kind of thing where you say, yeah, but like I don't want this horrible cond stack at the bottom, and it's like, well, you don't have an option. This is not among the available options because you're performing a massive pile of unnecessary computations. Like if you can find apply this desire you have for elegant code to finding an elegant actual solution instead of an elegant fake solution. Mm. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break and then we're gonna start the exercise segment. Yeah, I started a bit late. I'll explain why. When I exercise. Why did I study economics in school? I guess this will be a personal story, hour or two. Well, that's how it's looking to start. Is that worth talking about, I wonder? I think maybe I give too little credit to some of my youthful activities. Alright, that's not enough grammar. I used to listen to Prairie Home Companion, which is by NPR, Garrison Keillor. I listened to a lot of Garrison Keillor, like almost all of it, going back. They had an archive, and I listened to a lot of it. And I did that while doing other things. Garrison Keillor tells stories. There's also a lot of music, a lot of handheld musical instrument music, a lot of storytelling, a lot of literate English usage. Now, in a way, so now I am thinking, in a way, those skits where they are just always turning puns. There's just one pun after another, or one metaphor after another. We're gonna do a skit, okay? There's gonna be someone who only talks in metaphors. Someone who only talks in metaphors, okay? Increasingly belabored metaphors as the situation becomes more specific. What do I mean? Well, it's easy to embark on a metaphor when the requirements are limited. If you're not specific enough, today was like, well, that's not a good example. And I'm not as on the ball with examples as I used to be. Well, what point am I making? So, I mean, if you're telling a story, you're telling a story, it's a radio show, yeah. Story is unfolding, and this person who has to continue talking in metaphors finds it increasingly difficult as that which is being accounted for becomes more complicated. So when the situation that this person is in is simple, it's easy to come up with these metaphors, okay? Because you can use vague metaphors as well. But then when the situation becomes more specific, you need the correct metaphor, a complicated metaphor. Or a genius, like you find a metaphor that is still simple, even though the situation has gotten more complicated, you know. It's like it strikes you like a sunbeam, you know? Not really like a sunbeam, no. It's like it strikes you like a thought, but then literally it strikes you like a thought, so that's not a metaphor. But anyway, what is my point here? Well, was this English training? Was this training in writing? Might have been. And similarly, was the music training in music? Was I a better music student because I listened to all that jazz, all that music? is the idea? Was I a better English student because I listened to all that Garrison Keillor? Well, so I heard a lot of storytelling, but also I heard a lot of these skits where a detailed, desaturated form of these skits would be person engages in complicated English. All right, it's skit number 932. Person engages in complicated English. Guy person. Yeah, or I don't remember what that person's name was. Now, what is the idea? Well, so I got better at English by doing this in my formative years. So we imagine. Okay. And now I listen to a lot of economics podcasts as well, as I recall. Dare I name names? I listened to a lot of economics podcasts. Okay. I ended up studying economics in school because, well, I mean, I just took a course to see if it was easy, and it was, and it stayed easy the entire time. I just sort of eased my way through the degree. I didn't have to devote like any time outside of classes to get this degree. And now, in part, that's because I'm good at writing. Quite good at writing, I think. When I adopt the editing mode, I put on the editing hat, which I usually don't do, and I try hard with writing. I'm pretty good at it, I think. Makes it easier to, well, I mean, it's like foundation work if you have to write papers for your discipline. It's also foundation work if you want to understand problem statements. Just being good at understanding English, your language, being literate makes it easier to understand questions or to rephrase questions using different words but meaning the same thing, or using different words and meaning different things. And just being better at language eases a lot of academic activity. Okay, but also I had listened to hundreds of hours of economics podcasts. Interesting. And now we're reversing our description of some of the scenes of my youth. What do I mean? So while I was whiling away the hours, while I was training my English skills, I watched background visuals, as it were. I was training my academic skills of writing and economics. And I had a background video playing. Background video. Video number 1362 of me farming gold in an MMORPG. Farming materials. Yeah, just background visuals, background playing with my hands. Farming gold. Experience with, we could go into that story, but let me finish this point that, right, we're flipping the description. You'd say, well, I wasted my youth playing video games and I happened to be listening to this sort of quasi-educational material in the background. And now actually, I spent my youth listening to quasi-educational material while I had background visuals of video games. So why did I study economics? I just sort of fell into it because it kept being easy. Now, well, not tell more of that story, but so what did I learn? It's difficult to say. I feel like what that education has done, what that economics education has done, it's made me more interested in economics news over the years than I would otherwise have been. Not obvious. If I was already such as to listen to those podcasts, I suppose I was already interested in the subject, so maybe I would have pursued that even if I had not acquired the degree. Though I think this is like saying you didn't, like I didn't deepen my interest in the subject by perusing it for 4 years or whatever. I assume I did deepen my interest in the subject by perusing it for several years. But what is my point here? Well, so I sometimes go to economics forums, for instance, just to see what everybody involved in economics thinks is interesting at the moment. What are they talking about? Hold on, I'm gonna urinate. I'll be right back. Okay, so what point am I getting at? It's like there was a potential in my brain. It's this hand motion is kind of, it's all lazy. I'm like flinging my arm around to point at my own head. This thing, like I had it built up sort of potentiation of looking at an economics article. What do I mean? I've kicked around a term live options for a while now. I got this term off of a philosophy blog back from my youth. Okay, I'm not going to recommend this philosophy blog unless you have the Wayback Machine and you can cut off the most recent 10 years, even 11. I haven't checked recently, but it would be worth doing if you were going to peruse. I know in advance because I know there's a bad, rotten patch in this philosophy blog where I think the purveyor of the blog was unwise, and you don't want to peruse the absence of wisdom. But what is my point? Live options. When I am at a moral juncture and I enunciate options to myself, this is a case where we have an easy correlate. What do I mean? I arrive at a fork in the road and I pull out a map and I say, Road A, yeah, and Road B, yeah, and then I pull out a checklist. Road A. Okay. Now, Road A and Road B were live options for me. So now you want to say, so this is like this isn't such a difficult term. When you say live options, you mean options. In the colloquial sense, you had two options and you took one of them. In a way, yes. I do mean it in the colloquial sense, and yet in a much deeper way, no, because we don't agree on what the colloquial sense of options is. What do I mean here? The two roads were live options for me because I considered both of them came to my attention. Yes, well, a fork in the road tends to do that, present two options. Well, no, though. If I knew already that I was going to take option A, if that fact had stuck in my head, then I would have seen the sign that said A and B would not have been a live option. You might say it would have been an option because I could have stopped and said, no, you know what, I think I'll go to path B instead, actually. Okay. So it was an option, but I'm narrowing down the term live option by saying B was not an option if I arrived at the two paths and I chose A without thinking about B. It didn't become a live option for me. Okay. And now to ground the idea of a live option, we might try to model something like a gradient, a buildup of gradient. Gradient in what? All I know is that there's something it means for this gradient to build up. Okay? And now there are only certain events that are going to release that gradient. A dam, as you will. A buildup in a dam, in a reservoir in here. Okay? And now there's some sequence of events that's going to loose the dam, and the buildup is going to cascade through the brain. Not merely as motivating me to perform the action, but also when I perform the action, I'll be seeing something else, which is in turn going to influence what is circulating through my brain. Okay? Now what is the idea here? There's this gradient that builds up, but there are a lot of gradients that build up. Each of them a live option. I'm trying to ground this phrase. I'm trying to correlate this phrase live option with a tendency of the brain. The tendency of the brain to have a kind of reservoir for, well, the tendency of, well, let me think here. We're saying we have a buildup out. Okay. And we're saying that only certain events can unfold that will let loose the buildup into the brain. Okay. Now, for instance, as an example of this, more concretely, I am hovering over the URL bar, or my mouse is hovering over the frequently visited subforums buttons. Okay, such an event. Now there's a buildup of economics, and there's a buildup of programming, and there's a buildup of addiction, and then there's a buildup of whatever else. And now I might, in fact, say, well, economics, actually, that's also in there with addiction. Okay? The tech forum, also in there with addiction. The addiction being news, I suppose. Yeah, well, in this story, in fact, yes. Okay. So it would be economics is in there with news, all in there with news, something else in there with news. Okay, and anytime there's this potential for an event, anytime I'm faced with this palette of live options off to the side that tells me which forum I visit, I'm loosing one of these dams. The buildup is going to cascade throughout the brain, but also the experiences I receive from the world are going to change. Both my tendency towards them, because of the cascading wave, my disposition towards my world, as it were, is now whatever disposition is evoked by this cascading wave. Okay? And then I make there to be, by action, I make there to be a coincidence between what I'm looking at and that cascading wave. So I choose the live option associated with addiction, the news, okay? And that begins to cascade through the brain, and then I see the news. So I'm letting loose this wave as I'm imagining it. There's this consistent matchup between the wave passing through and the experience, okay? And this is like saying, well, what if I clicked on the addiction button and then I let loose the addiction wave by choosing the news, and then I click on the news. Okay. And then instead of it being the news, it's something else. Okay. Now, unexpectedly, my experience doesn't match up with what led to this buildup. Interestingly. So now it's like I have the news disposition. But what I'm seeing isn't the news. Interesting. Or if I had instead psyched myself up for an evening of study, and then I click on the study button, and then instead of seeing the study material, I see something else, some other activity. Okay, now I'm in the studying mindset. The studying cascade is going around, but I'm not seeing the study material. So now I get to see what it's like, as it were, to study the non-study material. Or to read philosophy as if it were news. Or to read the news as if it were philosophy. Suppose I tried to click on the philosophy button, but I missed. I pump myself up. I'm going to study philosophy today. And then I click on the news. And now, that's not philosophy, but I'm also not clicking away. And what is the point here? a live option is more than merely the idea of an option. Well, because much like yesterday's discussion, when you get to the fork in the road, you want to say you have two options. I would agree with you if you were contemplating both, at least. But that's not what you mean. You mean that in this story of talking about someone who's arrived at a fork in the road, this is an agent with knowledge, or this is an agent with a set of, I don't know, a set of options, if nothing else. And I'm saying, unlike with that mode of accounting, I say B was never an option if A was available. Or rather, B was never an option when you arrived if it was not considered. If it did not strike you as an option, it was not an option, it was scenery. Okay, now why do I want this idea of the live option? Throughout the years when I have found myself hovering over a menu of buttons or hovering over a URL bar, I have had live options. These are events where I have had live options. Which is to say, could have gone one way or the other. Going either way would have released a cascade of waves and would have brought about the experiences that had established that cascade, that cascading tendency. Now I say could have been either, because in this model, that's how we're talking. Someone tediously would object, no, it had to go one way because of causality, and I say, entirely different discussion, not relevant here. So I have a build-up over here, I have a build-up over here, I'm faced with the menu, doesn't matter which one, the cascade releases, and then I click, and I see, well, I see content that is arbitrarily closely classifiable alongside whatever experiences. Like I can start to classify my experience of reading philosophy on the screen. And I can compare it with previous instances of reading philosophy on the screen. And then when I say, this buildup is associated with this categorization of activity, which is in turn associated with this activity, the categorization matches functionally to the designation of a region of the brain, or really, a buildup of potential. Okay. And now the point is, well, so when I say I see the material that brought about this buildup, that's a roundabout way of saying we could categorize my engagement with the material, and we would say that this is the same kind of engagement. I read philosophy again. More filling of this reservoir. Now what is the point? Now, so I am saying that at these junctures, during these events, I was influenced in my selection of economics as the forum instead of some other forum by having engaged with this discipline for several years. As in, well, it's like saying this is one of the intellectual curiosity junctures. It's going to be economics or it's going to be philosophy. Sometimes it's math, sometimes it's science. Such and so on. All right. And it turns out it was economics this time. Odds were that it was going to be, I don't know, philosophy, but instead it was economics. Or odds were that it was supposed to be economics and it turned out to be. Okay. Now, so what am I? Well, we just popped like 3 arguments in rapid succession. 3 levels of an argument. as it were. What is the point here? Let's see. Maybe I need to be studying axiomatic set theory when I have actual mathematical objects that I can describe. Maybe the strangeness of axiomatic set theory falls out of having no application for it. Though that's also part of its charm at the moment. I like not having any application for it. Anyway, distraction. So, what am I saying? Set theory. No. Right. Why did I study economics? I would have to tell a story about a disposition towards the world to explain why a person, what is it, 16 years ago, studied economics. Okay. Which I'm not so interested in going into. Sure, okay. Yeah. What did I learn? And was that an answer to the question? If you asked, what did I learn, and then I returned that lengthy answer I provided. I learned a tendency to click on economics articles, among other things. But now I'm making this point instead that, well, in a way, taking an economics course, an economics menu of courses, was a way of cashing in on all of my youthful, quasi-educational podcast programming. I mean, each podcast might not have been as good as a lecture, but it was like 500 lectures, so. In that regard, it was a lot of lectures, if you take it that way. So a way of, yeah, it was a way of cashing in on all that intellectual engagement I had performed in my youth. And in a way, that's going to be true of any degree that's what I'm talking about here. What do I mean? If you stumble into a degree and it's easy, you just sort of take a class and you say, oh, I didn't have to study for that at all. I got an A. Everybody else is getting a C, so it's not like the class is easy either. I guess I'll just take another course. You know, I'll fulfill my math requirement by taking this course. Okay. And you get an A in that too. And not everyone's getting A's. And now what is the point here? The point here is that if any engagement is like this for you, It's like you're cashing in on some kind of regularity in your youth, in how you thought. It's like, it is not as though humans do no thinking between the ages of infant and 18, Now, but not everyone is becoming a botanist. That's not a good, rather, no one is engaging in botany in their youth. Well, that's not obviously true, but that brings up an interesting point. Oh no, what a strange point. What is this strange point? Let's carry through this story, okay? I went to school and economics was easy, so I ended up getting a degree in it. Okay, it took basically no effort on my part. Okay, and I am attributing this to much time, many lectures that I undertook independent study before going to college. Okay, now what is the idea? The idea is that we're going to carry this story forward and say, well, and if you studied programming instead, if instead of playing video games, for instance, you learned to code as a child, you would also find it easier to complete a programming degree, I suppose. There might be some kind of awful edge case where you learn such a bespoke way of coding that it's detrimental, but barring that, you're going to find a coding degree easier, so I suppose. Now, what is the point here? Now, but who is going to find botany easier? We suppose people who did gardening when they were children. Yes, so no one. Okay, let's suppose. And yet we find that there are people who are well suited to botany. As if they spent their youth studying botany, but they didn't. Oh, that's strange. And so the idea here would be that there's some other way of living than tending a garden that prepares you well for becoming a botanist. Strange idea, strange thought here. This would be like saying if you did carpentry in your youth, you were prepared for botany. And now you'd say carpentry, it's because you know about wood. Yeah, there you go. There, we figured it out. No, that's not what I mean. It's like if you studied welding in your youth and it somehow made you a better botanist. Oh, that one's a harder one. Yeah, how could that make you a better botanist? And fancifully, what we're imagining here is that there's some kind of, it could turn out that the Newton of botany was also the Newton of welding. Okay, invented all of the techniques in one lifetime and then died. Okay, and now we still use them today because there simply is none better. Okay, no one's found out a better way of welding and no one has figured out a better way of doing botany. Okay, and so we still use this same book. Alright, now what is the point? Written by one person, right? So this person structures thoughts in a tree made out of metal wires, as you might suspect. Now, all of the diagrams in the botany book are these trees made out of metal wires, and all of the diagrams in the welding book are these trees made out of metal wires. And now, when you studied the welding book in your youth, you were incidentally becoming more adroit at reading any book that this person wrote. Unfortunately, it turns out that there were only two of them. Now, what is the idea? Now, the idea here is that you've studied this Right, so you've been prepared by this regularity in these two books, in this shared diagramming technique. That is only there in this case because the same person wrote the two books. Though then, if two people had studied classical logic intently before embarking on their welding or carpentry, welding or botany careers, there we go, then they might both use logic, and then that would be like the tree made out of metal wires, in that it would serve as the underpinning for diagrams, for justifications, for references, and so on in the book. You'd have the diagram position, and instead of having a picture of a metal tree, you would have a picture of logic. Okay, and then you'd go back and read the text, and you'd say, yeah, makes sense. And then it doesn't matter which one I had, which one I had up here when I was doing that. As in, if you depicted this action of looking at the picture and then looking at the text, it doesn't matter which picture I have here because both suffice. We wouldn't have an inexplicable pattern in my activity, as it were. Okay. Now what is the point here? The point is that studying welding made this person better. Okay, and it's same because of the trees made out of metal wires that are the diagramming technique of this welder botanist. Okay. And now what is the idea? So this is how living a life, yes, how living a life before academia could prepare you for botany, and yet it isn't gardening. Okay, it's reading this welding book. Okay, but that's because of this peculiar tendency of the author, and also this sort of strange historical fact that the author of the welding book was the same as the author of the botany book. I mean, if we replaced botany with kilning, with using a kiln, an art degree that's focused on ceramics. Okay. Why not? People have to make ceramics, don't they? Now what is the point? Let's see. Now, so the idea is that, well, so we would have to come up with another such coincidence. If we wanted this to be generalizable, that we would need there also to be a coincidence here, and we would need there to be such a coincidence for all of these offbeat majors, all of these offbeat degree pursuits. Botany, ceramics, welding, and so on. But suppose there aren't. Okay, then so there isn't an alternative way of living. There isn't another book that would prepare you for a ceramics degree, now we're imagining. All right, now what is the idea? So how could one become better? How could one be well suited to a ceramics degree from the life one has lived prior to college? Or is ceramics the exception? Is ceramics unlike economics in this respect, where there's a reasonable activity one could engage in before college that would prepare one to ease into such a degree? Ceramics. Well, so I want to say welding again, it turns out. Really? Welding again. And it's not about the book either. It's about the union structure of welders, it turns out. Ah, I see. If you're studying welding in your youth, it's after hours, it's under a sort of apprenticeship program that you can volunteer for instead of playing sports. Okay, and you do that instead of playing sports or instead of learning to code, for instance. Actually, interesting point. Learning, like you can't, in some places you're not going to be able to give apprenticeships to 13-year-olds to learn how to weld because that would violate some kind of child labor law. So really coding is the kind of workaround for child labor laws because you can have kids coding all night when they get home. If you can somehow force or convince them to do that. And maybe they can't get paid for what they do, but they can already have years of experience by the time they can be paid for what they do. Anyway, what is the point here? Well, so, turns out this union structure, which is how this apprenticeship program remained legal, the welders union wanted their own children to be the best welders so that it wouldn't be nepotism when they hired them. And it turns out the apprenticeship program does it because you don't get good at welding by other means, generally speaking. And now so each of these children of welders turns 18 and becomes a welder. Simple as that. And they're already on the job, ready to go. Do it their whole lives. Probably. Now what is the point? Now the point is the union structure. It's regimented in some fashion. Let's suppose in a locality, there is some city, there is some local union where they have a kind of regimented structure behind the apprenticeship program. You learn how to obey the person above you. And it's all above board, everything works out fine. All right? And now what is the idea? The idea is that somehow learning to operate socially, learning to operate socially in this environment prepares you for ceramics. Maybe it prepares you well for college, but then it would generally prepare you for all degrees. And then this would not be the kind of example we're looking for. We're trying to say, in my off hours or during my lore consumption period of my life, in my teens or whatever, I consumed hundreds of hours, hundreds and hundreds of lectures on economics. Okay. And we're saying, well, this uniquely prepared me for economics. Okay. Now, if we go over to the ceramics example we just had, we say, you're in the union structure of the welders. That makes you better at college. But that's going to make you better at every degree pursuit, and not just the one. So that's not really the kind of exception we're looking for, a kind of case we're looking for here. Okay, so we're trying to say instead that you pursue, there's something about being a youth welder that makes you better at ceramics, but we don't know what it is. And fancifully, what I want to imagine is a mapping that we could perform between welding on the one hand and ceramics on the other. Now, that would be easy to do if, for instance, we only welded bowls. That would be easier to do if we only welded bowls, because the mapping we could perform between ceramic bowls and welded bowls, ceramic teacups and welded teacups, the mapping we could perform here would be spatial. And then we would just need to make surface points match to one another to say that the welding technique is similar to the ceramics technique, for instance. And then we would have our explanation for why youth welding would make you better at ceramics. Okay, but it turns out that you weld all kinds of things. It turns out that mechanically speaking, welding is not so similar to ceramics. There's fire involved in both. So how could it make you better? I guess I want to fall back. I want to say that that tree made out of metal wires is a way of capturing a different kind of phenomenon where there's a possible overlap between interests. I don't know how to carry that idea forward. We might have to drop that. Yeah, okay. Might have to take another break. Drinking a single canned beverage has made me urinate 2 or 3 times now. Well, it'd be twice. Whatever. A dreadful sound, the sound of a can opening. How many people have had to hear that sound and then fear? I am going to have to talk about the gap in my experience. At some point, however successful I end up being at either math or coding or whatever else, I'm going to have to explain this lengthy gap. But I don't know how to explain it to myself. So much the more I don't know how to lie about it. Not that I would, I don't lie, but I generally don't mislead either. Now, what point am I making? This gap in my experience. If only I could begin by saying, what a strange phrasing. Because you know, there are such these gaps in my memories. It's even hard to say what I did all those years. You know how much I remember of my childhood? Don't care, yeah. I'd like to go into talking about what I find to be a compelling justification for such a waste of life. A compelling justification for such a waste of life. Yes. I'd like to talk about an intense anxiety. Now, I was about to say an intense sadness, which would be true, and yet I think less compelling. Yeah, no, people are sad. Yes, people are sad. Yeah. Yeah. So an intense anxiety. Yeah, I'd say I'd attribute my lack of memories to a kind of allergic response to other people. Just heart-pounding terror at being in public. Is that really it? Well, it's like the first few times you say, I have a heart-pounding terror going into public, I'd rather not. And they say, well, you're going to go anyway. And then you stop telling them about it because it doesn't stop. And then it's just, well, you learn to kill the anxiety. Well, no, not the anxiety, the tendency to speak, but also the terror, I guess. What am I talking about here? I'm talking about having a real bad time for a long stretch of my life interacting with other people. Alright? And now what is the idea? Ah, that's the gap. Yes, I found it better to wither away than to talk to people whom I hated. Or rather, than talk to people in activity that I hated. It was better to drink myself into a stupor. After a certain age, and prior to that age, to encounter no one. Just sort of hide all day and go to bed. Now, is that going to be a compelling accounting? Well, it has to be. It's not even a question like, okay, that sounds reasonable. However, that does not change the facts of the matter with regards to your capacities. Good point. Question is, how do we ever end up getting a job with this kind of hole in the life? Difficult to say. Might surprise you how fast a year can pass when you can rarely tell what the day is. It would be easier to account for that gap if I could credit myself my titanic efforts post-college. As it stands, we can only hope that my titanic efforts turn out to have been Dionysian juvenilia. Time to become Apollo. You know, I don't even care that much about Greek or Roman mythology, but the idea. Time to imitate Apollo, at least. Dionysian juvenilia. A word you want to put in a tumbler and then dump out. Just struck me as a use for all that, struck me as a use for all that stored liquor, all that aging liquor. Hey, you want to smell what whiskey that's 100 years old smells like before we dump it out because it's poison? Gather round. It's quite something. Oh no. If liquor were only produced for its smell, so the thinking goes, you could get away with methanol instead of ethanol. Your distillation technique would only have to care about the smells and not about the content, unless there was something inhalable that was damaging. Not for ingestion, smelling only. If you want to drink it, get the non-alcoholic version. I'm tired of pulling these sleeves up. One moment. All right. Now what? is it's difficult to explain why my head is going back right and left. Why is my head doing that? Because it's my preference, but why? Why is that your preference? My preference generates a lot of ancillary effects, as it were. And now it's a little bit like the pointy ancillary effects get shaved off over time. Whenever someone asks, why are you doing that? What are you doing there? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Stop doing that. Okay? Then this sort of ancillary, I'm doing that because it's something that I do in the midst of doing this other thing. It's an incidental characteristic, as it were, of doing this other thing that I'm interested in doing. Now, what is the idea here? Well, these sharp whiles get worn off, I guess. And now I'm thinking, well, for a moment I feel like an animal. And what do I mean? For a moment, I'm not thinking about what justifies my choice of action. I'm doing this as it strikes me to do from one moment to next. I'm not obeying a rule set, though a rule set would account for what I am doing. Or so to say, you could give me a rule set such that when I follow it, I would be doing just this. So I suppose. But I'm not following a rule set, notwithstanding that we can imagine such a rule set existing, that I could be following. And well, if you had that rule set, it would say head to right, head to left. It merely strikes me to do it, and so I do. But then I stop breathing heavy, I look around, and is anyone staring at me? Could someone have been staring at me? Do you think? Why am I doing that? I'm repeating this action because I'm getting a rhythmic response out of my jeans. My jeans are sliding up over the knees of my underpants. Okay, my spandex underpants or whatever this is. It's probably a brand name. My plastic underpants. Okay. My jeans are sliding up over them in a patterned way. Like friction building and then breaking, building and then breaking, as it were. And now I'm performing just the same action. You might say, but that top bit isn't relevant. You can cut that out. And I say, well, I don't know that it's not relevant. I don't know yet. I haven't performed any shearing yet. I'm repeating the same action because continuing to do so continues to elicit the same response. Why do you want to hear that? Why do you want to hear that build-up of friction and then release of friction? Deeper mysteries. sweat. Hmm. I'm wanting to think about an idea that I've entertained in the past. Okay. Middleton. Oh no. Some of the things I talk about, like talking about the magic card market, for instance, I'm thinking makes me sound like a libertarian, because it's libertarians who talk about these vaguely economic questions to entertain themselves. Financial questions, you know. And I guess I'd argue that, well, I don't know. Is thinking about a card shop economics, or is it financial? Like playing the game of looking at your collection and hedging your card acquisitions with a calculator in the back room with a visor on as a game. That seems like it would be one of the more fun activities to just sort of, I'm going to do this now. Anyway, let's see. Now, what is my idea? Right, the city of Middleton. Yes. This idea involves gravity batteries. One of my favorite topics. And the idea of the city of Middleton was that we'll have to screen some of this in my head before I go into it. Let's see. Well, the updated city of Middleton is that you have robots doing factory jobs, okay, or doing jobs that are only open during the day. Okay. And then at night, the robots go out to a building site where they construct gravity batteries that can be converted into business or residential. And now, instead of this being a way to juice employment, to pump employment numbers, this would be a way of utilizing robot hours. Now you might say, well, they finish working day jobs, so they're in like retail or something. You have a robot in retail. All right, and you don't need a robot in retail during the night. All right, why don't they just go to a factory and work there? All the factories are filled. Of course, it would be inefficient to swap out a robot to the factory that is always turned on. And the only reason you have a robot leave the factory is because it requires repairs. There would be no point in swapping robots. You'd want these robots, so I'm imagining, to be fungible. Okay, and the point would be, Well, currently I own a robot that works in the car factory. All right, as an investment vehicle, I suppose. I make its wages instead of it. And then I have to pay for repairs, let's suppose. All right. Now, if I say I don't want to own a robot in automotives, so I'm going to walk my robot out of there and get it over to a different factory, we'd say, why would you do that? What do I mean? Well, there's someone who's looking to buy an automotive robot. Someone who disagrees with you concerning the future of the automotive industry. So we just swap ownership of the robot, and then you gain ownership of this robot that's in the textile factory. Okay? It'd be entirely virtual. We wouldn't have to have robots leave factories. There'd never be a reason for it, unless we were shutting down a factory. Or, I don't know, you could have reduced throughput, I suppose, and then you wouldn't need as many robots. Anyway, so we have these excess robots that work in day jobs, and so we send them. We need some activity that robots can do ad infinitum, and always we gain from it. What can you always have people do? Robots, I mean. What can you always have robots do? Construction. You can have them build gravity batteries. Oh, that idea kept me entertained for weeks. It's so twee. It works out so well. If the numbers don't work out, it's a shame. Now, my hesitance to reiterate this idea is that it sounds like some kind of techno-dystopian. Well, if you make it about people instead of robots, you say, well, we just have a bottomless well of employment. You go and do construction at the gravity battery. In fancier versions of this idea, the act of building a gravity battery gets turned into a exercise routine. You have people out at the gravity battery fields, okay, doing construction, okay, and they have a kind of app that tells them, all right, now you're going to do this exercise. Are you ready? Nah, I need another 10 minutes. And they say, all right, champ, you take your 10 minutes. All right. And then someone else looks at the phone. Are you ready to do this exercise? Yeah, okay. And the guy says, all right, so you're going to want to dip into this squat, right? Very good. Full points. 9 out of 10. You're dropping some points here with your feet. There you go. All right. The point being, well, I mean, if people are going to go to the gym, they might as well do something productive with their time, you know? The other point of this idea, gravity batteries that are girders, right? You have the wire frame of a building, except that instead of finishing the building, you suspend weights down the sort of columns, okay? And we could convert these buildings into residential or business as needed in this regulation-less Wild West of in this inexplicably dangerous world, that city we're imagining. And then the further follow-up idea, you pay people in ownership over these gravity battery columns. If they choose to accept payment in that way, they get some kind of over and above payment. Like, well, we judge that owning one unit in a column is worth X dollars, and we're going to give you 1.2 your wage if you accept it in these units. And the idea is that if you get a group of people together who have earned these units, accumulated these units, they could say, we're turning this building into a building, or rather, we're turning this gravity battery into a building. We say, okay, we take out all the weights, and then they, the construction workers, finish the building with their own value added, would be the point here. I mean, they own the building, so they put in their off hours. Well, instead of building gravity battery, they invest their hours building the apartment building out of their units, and then they either live there or sell it. E.g. Just so. The difference between merely entertaining and amusing an amusing idea and becoming a libertarian is that I have doubts about the feasibility of this project. I'm not convinced that this is a good idea merely because I had it. Yeah. And well, the continuation of this idea as a kind of Peace Corps. Instead, it's the construction corps. Okay. And you say, our foreign policy is building gravity batteries on the outskirts of town, and when an environmental disaster inevitably strikes your city, we're already there to provide assistance. Oh. Meanwhile, you're accumulating gravity batteries, or you're accumulating foreign currency. So in this extended idea, right, we have a foreign policy. We have some pool of money that we're willing to invest in this activity of gravity battery construction, which notably is a way of de-stranding iron, we might observe here. What do I mean? Well, there are these locations out there that are far from a city. They're too far from a road network to make them mineable. It's a big iron mine out there. It's not close to a river. It's not close to a refinery. Though then we would have to have a refinery that we could bring with us, I guess, or make one. All right, but what is the point here? Well, it's stranded iron. I mean, nobody's going to mine it because it's too expensive to get it back to a road. Right? We want to de-strand it. Okay, and the way we want to de-strand it is by making gravity batteries. Or iron air batteries, where you could take that iron and process it on site and just get a large quantity of gravity batteries. The point is that you're transmuting, as it were, the expenses of transport into wiring expenses. You don't have to transport the iron because what you're transporting is electricity through wires instead. Okay. So now we have our camp out there, okay, where we've bought your iron mine that you didn't want, and now we're making these batteries, and now an earthquake strikes. It's a good thing all these construction workers are lying around, standing around, and that you have batteries. Well, these construction workers are strangely well trained in emergency response. Yeah, it's strange. like a cat that's been dipped in water up to my neck. I'm afraid. No brain. Maybe I need to adopt a more updated way of being tilted. What do I mean? Well, I suppose it is inevitable that I will be tilted. My virtuous demeanor, my hale and healthy disposition, and my healthiness of mind and body, to the extent that I have been able to cultivate them, have not precluded the phenomenon of tilt. Okay, that was a good sentence. It was well constructed. Thank you. I still get tilted. You know, but unlike with many of my other daily habits or many of my other activities, I haven't updated my tilt, as it were. As if I have this menu or I have this box, and there's the current tilt object in that box. Okay. That's my tilt. It's ugly. Yeah. And now I've opened up a lot of the other boxes I have, and I've replaced their contents, but I'm not sure I've done it with tilt. Maybe because I want to say tilt is not... I shouldn't worry about how my tilt looks because I just shouldn't get tilted, because it's bad to get tilted. But such a judgment, even supposing it were true, is not actual. I do get tilted regardless of whether I should. Irksome. Like I'm trying to voice out how I would sound being tilted if I could choose. Or trying to choose from a palette of more recent dispositions that I have exhibited to replace my current tilt. Irksome. I am irked. And then, because this is the phrase I find myself saying, irksome, I just like hearing myself say it. Irksome. Let's just pull myself out of a tilt by laughing, or at least prevent myself from descending further, maybe. I wonder if I should be embarrassed when I submit like 10 consecutive error-riddled programs in a row. I mean, the only reason I'd need to be embarrassed is if there was a person on the other end saying, why is that server heating up? Why are the fans turning on over there? Why, the fans are running real high over there. I look at the logs, they say, this person has failed this problem 10 times in a row and just tried to submit twice within 2 seconds. I think we need to embarrass this person in this person's imagination. Would I rather they didn't put the edge cases in? Well, in some cases, yes, I would rather they didn't put the edge cases in. Like, make inputting 0 illegal. No, actually, I mean, that's a point in itself. Recently I had a procedure where the code would be shorter and more efficient if 0 were not included. So, you make it illegal to input 0 on the other end, and then I can have my more efficient code. Okay? Or we scan every input for whether it's 0 and we put it in a different pile. Okay, either of these two options are themselves going to cost computation, cost some kind of program. You're going to have to run something that. Well, you're going to have to put an if condition in for the 0, which we're only replacing an if condition in my code. So having to ask an if question up front is an appreciable expense. Or putting them all in a different pile, but again, that requires checking every number to see whether I'm supposed to put it in another pile. It's a little bit like you'd want a mechanical operation, like how you put a coin into a vending machine and some kind of mechanism engages depending on the size, weight, material content of the coin. Okay. It's like you'd want an input interface where if you input a 0, it just bypasses all the if checks. It would just materially do something else. And then I wouldn't have to ask the if check. I mean, that's all the work that's being done here by this fanciful machinery. It just, some kind of receptacle for inputs so that all the 0s would physically be shunted off to some other location rather than us having to ask questions about them, however that would happen. Well, you can do it with coins, why can't you do it with... Yeah, like you put a coin of the wrong size into a vending machine and it just goes right through. It doesn't get shunted off to the side by anything. Similarly, we would dump all of the 0 inputs into the garbage. Or into their own pile, anyway. And really, then we would only need just a counter for how many 0s got input. Which is a good point in itself. If you have these test cases where I have a list, okay, and I have to say count instances for some purpose, count instances of a number, well, you get 0 for free in this system because it just shunts off to the side and it increments a counter physically. And then you can reproduce all those 0s all at once. Ideally. Well, and I'm just saying, it might not necessarily be the case that diverting all of the 0s from this data stream would be as expensive as processing all of the 0s once they've been added into the data stream. It could be cheaper to shunt the 0s off to the side so that I can have my more efficient procedure. Okay. Why did I want this idea? I don't remember. Alright, I might take a break. Or maybe not, I don't know. What time is it? I think my dancing or my cardio involves my toes too much. Like I'm stretching my toes too much. It makes my feet hurt. And then I don't want to keep going even though my legs could keep going. The thought just struck me. I have my chosen art style, if we want to call it that, which is like drawing vector fields of vortices. Ooh. Yeah. It's like Starry Night, except they're vector fields of vortices. Yeah. And there are no objects, it's just circles and loops that loop into each other. And the prospect strikes me that I could put that on paper, on canvas, and frame it, and just put it up behind me, and start filling in the space on the wall behind me with my own art. Geometry. We could find particularly good geometric constructions and hang them up. Maybe I should trust myself more with what I want to do. What do I mean? Some of my friction with my current life might arise from, well, so I mean, when I started this project, had I my druthers, I'd say, you know what, just between you and me, I'm going to take some hours off and I'm going to play some video games. And I would do that every day. And I would just play a bunch of video games, and then the project would have fizzled out. Now, I don't think it's my druthers to play video games for hours on end. I think if I did what I wanted to do at any given moment, I would but rarely play video games at this point. Alright. Maybe not at all. Alright. And now the point here would be that, well, suppose I say, you know, I'm not really feeling leetcode today, I'm not feeling SICP today, I think instead we're going to look at this other thing. question is, what did I say there? What detail? What is this other thing I'm going to look at? Is it a worthy thing to be looking at? And so I say maybe I should trust myself more with my preferences. Maybe I would avoid some of the friction I have with my life if I didn't insist on a fixed schedule every day. If my preferences played a role in how my days go, I have imposed on myself a kind of structure, one way or the other, where I repeat the schedule just about every day. I don't know, I might even find it only turns out to be a rotation. Oh, maybe we should do something else with the morning stream. Rotate it around like a crop rotation. We've drained all of the morning cycle of its intellectual curiosity. We need to perform a crop rotation. Well, and part of the reason I wouldn't want to do that is that audience members don't have as an easy of a time rotating. Well, yes, there's the runaway fantasy that it matters. Yes, that we have an audience that has such preferences. What a narrative. I don't know if I want to open up a third. Non-alcoholic beer. Well, that's a concern for the number of carbohydrates that I'm consuming, not concern for something else. But I want to pour out some of this into a Bloody Mary. Okay, I want to see what that tastes like. It might be something to pursue. So I don't want to finish this non-alcoholic beer. Assembly. Why aren't we learning assembly? And why are we broaching the possibility of studying chess from a book? Well, again, I feel like I don't want to strand all the hours I spent learning this formal system. Rather, I want to reclaim all these hours by saying it was right and good, actually, or at least salvageable to spend time in this way, because it facilitates my chess studies, my erstwhile chess studies facilitate talking, facilitate thinking about math, facilitate doing philosophy of math. We can pursue the longer term research project of asking, why isn't chess math? Why isn't it math? Why not? Strange. I don't know how to answer that question yet. Perhaps with further study we'd be able to find out. Don't want to strand the hours. follow through on my suggestion to become to join the mathematics pyramid scheme, the Mathematical Society. I have some money. I can accumulate books. And the point of this would be, well, every day could just be an a la carte. I could just roll up and say, oh, what piques my curiosity today? I could cycle through activities. I could say minimum 1 hour topology. Let's see what happens. Try doing topology. That didn't work. Let's open up a different book. Did this work? Yeah. No, that didn't work either. Let's go on to the next book. Maybe. I do want to learn assembly, for instance, and there are many more math books that I want to study. I don't know, it's like I have a distaste for starting all of these books and not finishing them, but then the question is, how much do you get out of engagement even if you don't finish? That's a question here anyway. Like, if I spend an hour working on a math book that I last studied 3 days ago, do I get something out of it? Not clear. I guess I'd want to say that it's a practice that we're trying to develop. A practice that is applicable to any kind of math that we'd want to study. It's not that I'm trying to accumulate domain-specific knowledge or specific techniques, but I'm wanting to learn a practice, to maintain a practice. Okay, and maintaining that practice, it's just engaging with books. Maintaining the ability to open a new book, open a new chapter, and learn what it has to teach. Engage with what it has to teach. And in that regard, well, one would hope that these sort of unsustained engagements, these sporadic engagements, would still be valuable. Well, and there's the dream of reclaiming this segment. I'm hesitant to devote time of this recommit time in this segment. It's not really because I derive such enjoyment from grinding my muscles against each other or doing cardio, but it's because there's an inertia to sitting in the dark. You think I want to turn on a light? I don't want to turn on a light. No, thank you. I will sit in the dark. Thank you very much. Like, I have to be motivated by the prospect either of a shower or eating dinner to get out of the dark. Well, and if I didn't turn off the light to begin with, then it would be easier to break this inertia, but, well, the inertia wouldn't be there. I don't know. I guess I need to compare. I need to compare. I need to compare my magnificence between the case where I devote this time, 3 hours or even more, to sitting in the dark, as opposed to my magnificence when I devote 1 hour to exercise and then 2 hours to math or assembly. I need a sample. I need to see which of these two courses of actions makes me more beautiful. Well, and one thing we could find out, one way our investigation could go, is that I become distracted and irritable because I don't have this time to just sit in the dark and process everything. Or we might find that I do better if I don't commit several hours a day to sitting in the dark. Speaking of sitting, hey, let's do more cardio. Ooh. Nope. Now, I don't know if my weights on the end of sticks here are really influencing my footwork, but it does feel that way. And I suppose even if I were only maintaining a coincidence between my hands and my feet, it would still feel that way, but also there would still be a coincidence, even if I were only maintaining it. And well, the supposition would be that my arms don't have to influence my feet as much as you might think. Because really what my arms are doing is reducing the friction in my feet. I'm not trying to elevate my body, for instance. I mean, it's like I'm trying to elevate my body, but I'm not succeeding. I'm just reducing pressure in the feet, which is reducing friction, which decides between different positions where my feet stop. How much do my feet slide depends on where my arms are in this activity, in part. And then the explanation for these strange behaviors of the arms. It's an instantaneous decision about what my feet require. I either am telling myself to do something with my hand because I need to do that, or the weight in my hands is changing the friction in the way I need it to change. This is a real power move at an EDM concert. There's a kind of lull, and that's where everybody says, oh, oh, oh no. They don't say it out loud, but they say, oh no. Oh, oh, this DJ is unbelievable. That was like 2 minutes straight of dancing. How am I gonna dance for 2 minutes straight? Are you trying to embarrass me, DJ? And then you're sitting there. take out your jump rope at the hardstyle EDM concert. Yes, yeah, this is pretty good, isn't it? You have to imagine the music in your head, though. Here's the thing. I don't know if they'd let you take jump rope into a... Well, I don't know if you had, like, glow-in-the-dark jump rope. Maybe. Or, like, LED jump rope. Just jump rope everywhere you go. You have to choose your paths carefully, though. Yeah. EDM is about cardio now. What do you mean they have a bar at the cardio event? Hot? It's dangerous. Don't do that. Dangerous for numerous reasons. Threatens to turn our wholesome cardio event, our cardiovascular speed dating event, into a brawl. Oh, is the set over? 10 minutes? Okay. If we want to play act this effectively, we need a stopwatch. Yes. Where did my stopwatch go? I don't know. Where would I have put it? I didn't take a nap. Maybe I'll find it when I turn the light on. Maybe. Yeah. Lighter than air. Back is tiring out. Oh no. Right, we need to find a way of flexing the muscles while doing squats. I say flexing, isomorphing. Oh, is that why it's called isomorphic exercise? Because you map muscle groups to one another. Muscle groups mapped. Isomorphism established. It's not really what isomorphism means. No, it's not, but... just having a regular one. Not 10 minutes, no indeed. My hands are sweating. Well, no, if I took that thing off, there'd still be a light bulb dangling, and it would be worse for me to bump against a light bulb, I suppose. I might need the carbs. Now what? I'll be back.